Hey guys, sup, how we doing? Today we are going to be doing two things. We're going to start off a PoB for the events. We'll see what numbers we get up to in PoB. And then, depending on how long it takes, we might end up doing some PoE2 leveling or not. All depends on how far we can get. But in any case, let's do strength stacking zombies. So we actually have a baseline, if I'm being honest. We have a baseline PoB that we could use in the form of this guy. Now this one assumes this one as well as 20% life as extra ES, whereas this league I'm going to be using this guy, but I'll be anointing this off and picking up +4 levels. Oh, it's +5. Now it's entirely possible we still use a similar tree, because honestly it's a pretty good tree, though I would prefer if I was able to get this. But it's a good tree all in all. 100% increased life. We got to 1,000 strength. I think at 1,000 strength, most times it just becomes less worth to scale strength and just more worth to scale damage. I found last time. Wait, I think this is what I should be using actually, because this one is PoB for 68 mil. This is the PoB. All right, that kind of left me confused because I was like, where's the DPS? This is the DPS. Though this uses the 12 link if I remember correctly. Yeah, it does. So this time, I don't think I'm going to be... I don't see myself 12 linking, if I'm being honest. There's a possibility I do, but I don't think I'm going to play... I don't think I'll play the game long enough to make it 12 link. And realistically, I also don't really want to what do I don't give it? I don't want to. I don't think I want to get to 12 link territory, and I would also like to potentially explore strength stacking AG, or maybe even just having both of them be like dual strength stackers and all that. Or something all things I'm exploring. How much crit chance were we able to pick up on this setup? Oh, 100%. But that's with an 11% base, well, 11.52% base crits, which we are not going to have unless we're 12 linking. Realistically, we won't have it. And if we do, like, what is more likely to happen is we're going to be using a wand and a regular 6 link. I guess with Mirage is a 7 link, but then I could pair that with an AG. I would love to use an AG and have a transfusion set up. So I guess we'll see. I could also do something along the lines of leaving it up to RNG, because in theory, because I'm going to be anointing or tattooing this off, technically what I could do so in theory, since I'm tattooing this node off, I could make it so if I hit lucky block first, I go strength stacking AG, and if I hit overleech first, I go zombies. We could leave it up to RNG in that regard, but strength stacking AG wants to have as much strength as possible. Like that one doesn't want to stop stealing strength. Strength stacking zombies, on the other hand, actually just cares about getting to 1k. We have a POB for a high budget strength stacking zombie setup. I don't quite know how this will look like on a more reasonable budget. So let's try to make that more reasonable budget, shall we? I think that is where I want to start. And then we can go from there. Also before regular ascendancy, so we'll just make it this tree. This one will be 3.28. I'm going to be spamming this like duelists. My goal is either, I think this one, yeah, this one. Reduce damage taken while leeching, increase max recovery per life leech, and then are not removed. So taking brutal favor, which I really like the idea of, or taking lucky block. Now there's also the possibility, honestly, I thought about this at work today. Isn't there, I think this is it, yeah, gambler ascendancy can have stuff with lucky, right? Yeah, something like this. You can get, can you not get twice lucky with this? Wait, this is not what I thought about. This is making one lucky and the other unlucky. I was more thinking of something about this. Wasn't there something on the gambler that made stuff that interacted directly with lucky, or is that just still the shield? I guess there wasn't anything like that. I thought there was. So that is on me. So with that in mind, yeah, we'll just go with strength stacking Templar for now. So on a budget, what does this look like? There's a few nodes that I would say are mandatory to have on a strength stacking setup. Like completely mandatory. I don't know if I'm going to scale block because there's like realistic. What am I doing? This is the wrong tree. This is the correct tree. Realistically, all my points should be going, or most of my points should be going into life, which is going to have a lot because of strength, as well as, well, I have sources of endurance charges, so I can still pick that up. I would like to be zombies, so I would like to have a leech source, and then we can pick this guy up, which is armor per 2 strength. So armor is naturally what we would want to use as a defensive layer, potentially D-term. But this early on, increased attributes is probably better. Actually, no. We don't have many sources of increased attributes, but flat attribute per allocated. I think increased attributes is probably better. I think it's a weird graph where it starts off worse with increased attributes, then it gets better for some time, and then it becomes worse again. Because what happens is when you first start off, you don't have enough flats to where 5% makes a lot of sense. Then you get to the point where you have enough flat that 5% to scales more than the flat you have. But then you also eventually scale to the point where you have enough increase elsewhere that you just want more flats from here. So it all depends on the budget. I'll say early on. Of course, this isn't talking about campaign, because this isn't campaign. We're gonna want to have increased attributes, and eventually want to have like split personality and whatnot. But first, I need to figure out the cheapest way I can hit 1k strength for zombie shenanigans. Now, as we are right now, we have not touched offensive nodes. We haven't touched anything of, like right now, let's say we have this guy, so we have 40% increased strength. We already have 433 strength, to be honest. That is not bad. Wait, 40% increased strength? Is it not just better if I were to just take this? 22 strength versus 14. Yeah, this is just better at that point. And now we just want notables. Early on, we'd probably go for the 6 life mastery, which also helps this a lot because each one is +5 strength. What is the easiest way to get here? Honestly, I'm down for going this route because I still want. If we're going zombies, we'll go offering. This gets us close to this guy. We need a source of one more source of like life, a life wheel somewhere. We can either do this guy or we can try to get this guy. Convocation. Maybe not convocation, to be honest. Nah, convocation. Convocation is nice. And then here we go for... Early on, I want ignore fizz. I don't know if I'm going triad grip or not. I doubt I would not go triad grip. Like, I think I would go triad grip. Actually, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Early on, we're not going to be scaling that much. Jeez. We are not going to be scaling that much crit on my weapon, but we want the aggressive anyways. Regardless. So let's just do zombies real quick. Raise zombies. Oh wait, I just remembered something pretty important. We need this guy as well as this guy. So if we are not pathing here, we need to make sure we anoint this. So let's just say we are here already. That allows us to get this and potentially this to round out our life. That's 160% increased life. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. This is like 500 strength stack zombies. This is like 500 strength without gear, which is really nice. But the problem with this is we don't have a lot of increase. We really don't. Like, we have some coming from here, we have some coming from here, a bit coming from here, but not a lot of like actual damage modifiers. Like, if I were to show the DPS here and I had to say, okay, we have 8 zombies baseline, right? 8 zombies, 9, because I don't think this actually counts. Oh wait, can I check it here? Oh look, it actually does say it here. 11. Okay. 11 zombies, right? Oh, ooh, when did they add this? Would you look at that? All right, cool. I like that that's there. So we have raised zombies, 11 zombies going 20k damage, no gear, no nothing. We have how much attack speed scaling? I think this is all the attack speed scaling on the tree, unless I'm going here, which I'm not. Oh yeah, it is +5. I knew it. I also have to decide, is it worth going Montragos? I don't think it is. Because like that means I would have, I guess we could have Montragos with what is that multiplier again? Congregation supports. That would give us explode and 125% more fizz without the real downsides. Well, no, we still would have the downsides, because if I were to pull up the calculator, we'd have less zombies still. Like, I'll just use my current numbers as an example. If I have 11 zombies times 0.5, because it's 50% reduced, and then I get like, let's say we get to 40%. Well, yeah, let's just say we get to like 40% more minions. I think it's like 40, we can get to like 44 relatively reliably, honestly. But let's say, so 44, that's times 1.44, we get to 7. So that would give us 2, which is not worth the support gem. If we can squeeze this to like 3 extra from 5, that'd be 60% more damage, and that would be worth. It would be worth, because then I would have like, I guess it all depends, right? Because for every zombie I have, keep in mind I should be on 12. If I can get to an odd number of zombies, it might be reason to keep scaling strength, because then for every, this is just more efficient if it's on an odd number, I think. Actually, no, is it? In PLI it is, and this one it doesn't round up, it rounds down, so even numbers are probably best. So 12 is better than 13, because you have the same number of minions for less investment. So I guess one thing we could do is we could see how much strength we get to, and anoint this or anoint something else, depending on if it's an even number or an odd number. If we get an odd number, we anoint this to become even. If we get an even number, if we get an even number, we anoint something else. Yeah. So let's say we have 12 minions without this anointed, we anoint something else. But if we have 13, then we anoint this to become 14. So that means currently we're at 11. With that anointed, it's 12. Once we get to 1k strength, that's 13. So then we would have to either get to 1500 strength for the 14th minion, or we drop this one to go back to 12. But it also all depends on how this fits with congregation, because let's use this calculation I just said, right? 13 times 0.5 times 1.44. I think 44 is also, that gives us 9 from 6. That is a what, 50% more damage multiplier, which is pretty good. Not to mention we still get the benefits of Montragos. So instead of having 13 times 1.44, 18 minions worth of damage, and have to deal with body blocking and whatnot because you're using congregation and whatnot. So we're dealing with 18, you get to deal with 9, but each one is doing more than double damage. And with the new volatile Valorb, you can get this to what? 125 times 1.22 to 150% more damage. And you can even get this to below 50%. So instead of it going from, let's say, 18.72, it might be times 0.5 times 0.78. So that's 7.3, was it? Wait, how does that work? Oh wait, I did it the opposite way around. Okay, that's on me. That's on me. That's on me. I did the math wrong. It should be this. Actually, let's just do the math. 0.5 times 1.22 is 0.61. So that is -1. So this, if we could take it as low as like 39% reduced number of zombies, that's basically it. So that would be 18.72 times 0.61, was it? 11, giving us way more damage. I think we are going Montregals with volatile Vowed, unironically, because then we can get 40 something percent reduced alongside 150% more in theory. So your 11 minions would be doing the damage of no, this is wrong. It's 11 times 2.5. They'd be doing the damage of 27.5 zombies. Whereas without Montregals, they'd be doing the damage of 18. And this is on top of giving them explode. Yeah, I think we're gonna be using Montregals. I think we are. I don't know. We aren't going to dual wield them because that's troll. Because then we'd have to deal with something along the lines of 0.61 times 0.61 times 18. We'd be dealing like 6 zombies that are dealing 400 or 4x damage, let's say. 24. Oh, 4 zombies still dealing the damage of 24. I mean, it's a small army, but those are gonna be fucking huge minions, don't you think? You know, it's actually possible to do it for the memes. And honestly, I can see somebody running with this and falling zombies, because that's a lot of more. That's a big more damage multiplier. But yeah, we're going to use Montregals and a wand, most likely. Do I have a wand here? Please tell me I saved a wand. I did not. Why would I save a wand? It's not like it will make my life easy because I use very similar wands across minion builds. Like I could literally shave off a good chunk of creating items when I can just have a wand saved here. Why would I even think I would create a wand there? Ha, can you imagine creating a wand so it makes it easier to build to theory craft later on? Ha. Couldn't be me. All right, so minion damage. Let's keep this a bit on the lower budget side, so just +2. multiple crafted mods can have up to 3. Trigger and minion damage. Oh, I can't use both of them. So Montregals would be me skipping trigger, is what that means. Because it is scepter. Not being able to rule this with one and a scepter is kind of awkward. But I guess that means we go scepter shield. I think that means we go scepter shield, but that also means we will have to volatile valor by ourselves. So we can apply. Actually, no. We can do this and then we can just use a crit dagger, rune dagger. Nine point oh. I think 9 is the highest I'm seeing, right? Something that doesn't require a lot of dex is probably an ideal base. It looks like all the 9.0s have slower attacks, sadly. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I could actually put it there. So we then scale crits. Enchant with harvest crits. Then essence mod fear for minion damage. And essence until +1 all spells. So we lose a level, but we still have damage. We have good crit scaling. And then we can still bench trigger. Technically. So this would be our weapon. 12.78% base crits. It means we can't scale block. That is just going to be the reality of this situation. We can't scale block. I need some level of avoidance in any case. I don't think I can go without. But like if I go my dumb blow where I dual wielded, what were my sources of block aside offering? We had offering giving us 40%, which was a lot. Then I think baseline for dual wielding you have 20%. I think it's attack block. Yeah, attack block. Then I took these block nodes and that was it. So I think for this same setup we just kind of have to adopt something similar. We take these block nodes. Dual wielding. And we'll take these block nodes. So we can get to decent attack block chance, but not that much in the way of spell block chance. I don't know how we fix that. I don't think we fix that. Okay, there's no easy way to solve this. Like aside coming all the way down here, which I will get blocked if I were to get here. But that is a far away location. That is just straight up not happening. So how do I deal with the lightning golems? Also, so I can't deal with lightning golems is what I'm hearing from this. Unless I had to do some weird shit with my chess piece being like, what's Queen's Hunger or something, which I don't want to. Because it's not the worst idea to have like a Queen's Hunger with a Leash of Oblation or something. But I think chess is also a pretty decent support piece. What did I use for my chess piece here? I think I used +1 Spectre. Spectre, flat strength. So like for strength itself, it's not the biggest deal. It's really not the biggest deal. But PDR +1 Spectre, that's kind of a big trade-off for offerings. Not to mention this is a Mage Blood setup. I guess having triple offerings technically, but the thing is, it is such a needy setup because like here's the thing. It means I would have to go, where are you at? Hollow Effigy. So I do not require a corpse. I would need to skill some duration so that I can actually go offering properly. I guess I don't need to really go duration unless I'm fine with it dropping off in, but like I don't want it to drop off. It will have a cooldown. So I'd have to scale duration because it's not always going to consume corpses. It's going to take my belt and my chest slots and my anoint slots, as well as the duration I just said. Also, my minions get crits, which we have no crit scaling currently, which we should, honestly. We have no crits, and we still need a 12 passive there. We're going to have to cut a large chunk of these, and because we're not pathing here, we honestly still need to anoint this guy. Rumi's Concoction with a +6. Ideally, chess piece can also have chance to block spell, I think. I guess Ita will probably have block. I don't know if this guy should be POB'd or period one way. He's clearly still stuck in POE2. I mean, while I am going to be playing POE2, I am playing POE1, and I need to figure out what exactly I am doing on that front in POE1. What would I be taking here? It's either aura effects. I think it's just aura effect, to be honest. I also really want my minions defenses to be on point. And for my minions defenses to be on point, like i.e. zombies, because they can be very frustrating. Is it worth going for the offering stuff? Just YOLO it, no POB, no build, just go. I mean, it's kind of hard to just YOLO yeet yourself into a build when you're going strength stacking. It's quite difficult, I find, because you kind of have to plan out the pieces that will go into the strength stack. This should be strength. Then we craft a medium cluster jewel. With minion life, 4 passive. Hulking corpses, so they have taunts. And feasting fiends, I would say. And then ideally you take strength there and you call it a day. And then here you'd go split personality and you'd pick up strength and life. Just get helmet, 2 rings, strength and gloves, boots, belts, and golden. Yes, this is true, but like boots have planning to them because you can get increased strength boots. Same with not gloves. Boots are the most, and amulets, I guess. But I think if I remember correctly, amulets is still going to be a replica Dragon Fang's flight because levels contribute more past a certain point than strength, so it still makes sense to have +3 RD every zombies, even +4 to be honest. If this is a high budget POB, we are dev going +4, and then we're going, what is the name? Spiritual? Is it spiritual? Is no, it's not. What is the name of that +1 zombie node? Have I been out of PoE for so long that I don't remember the name? Grave comes to mind, but it's not Grave. Grave Intentions, the regen, is the Chaos Res one. The one on the bottom right that I like going for. Not Lord of the Dead, not the middle one, the +1 Spectre. +1 Spectre zombie, the one on the top left. That's the one, Death Attunement. Thank you. It's been that long, huh? And then this should be +4, but we're going to worry about that later. Just add to the build for now. That's already 9 levels from a few sources of +5, +3 amulets, +1 here. On the bright side, these guys will end up being very, very healthy life-wise. So naturally, they should be fine. And then we just need to give them sources of recovery like regen, which they have from here, leech, which they have from here, and some complication scaling, of course. This was supposed to be a lowish budget setup, not low but medium or something, but this is, at this point I feel like I'm fine just making a high budget POB and then scaling down from there. And if I'm going for a high budget setup, I don't need the 12 life mastery. It's eating into my points a lot. Like a lot. And it's just I don't know that it's worth the 6 points that go into it. Cost light before instead of mana is definitely something I'm going to pick up. Mana reservation. Lamau. What did you send me as a screenshot? Oh, your 700D tab. We can spend 2 points on that. That's worth. Pick this up. Honestly, I would still like to pick up endurance charges here, and I know this guy needs to be picked so I can get my medium cluster draw going. So like that's not even negotiable. So we still have too many points specs. Too many points specs. And truth be told, I would like to have bone offering for my minions. But I also need spirit offering for my minions, so like we don't really get the bone offering. So I think I'll just keep level stacking. I'll keep level stacking, get +2 helmets. Where else do we get level? Just empower, I think. And this is already getting to the level 30 mark, so we start meeting diminishing returns from that point on. So we'll probably just go for a +2 helmets. Probably stay away from. Actually, we don't have a reason to go awaken minion damage anymore because it doesn't exist. So now we can just go for. We can skip minion damage altogether. Decay ward. I mean, Decay ward is good, but that's if they have block. My minions currently do not have block. And I don't think I have the space to give them block. 830D to your name. 830D is 830D. Now the question is, are you going to drop a lot of that on Mage Blood, or are you going to use it for something else? Let's actually start crafting the strength stacking pieces of this setup, shall we? Boots, Leviathan, Warlord, increased strength. Where's increased strength? There's no way to prefix. Are you, or is it a Crusader mod? I don't think so either. But I guess it's not Warlord. I guess we try Crusader. It's not Crusader. Elder is +1 level of race specters, which is probably good. Alongside a... I still feel like it's Warlord, the fuck? I guess it's Hunter. +2 specters, increased strength. +2 specters is probably not mandatory, because if I go raise specters, I only have +1 here. Helmet +2, that's plus. That gives me a +3. I can use Empire to cross the 25 threshold, or I could use the boots. And I'm already going for influence, so I might as well just go strength as well. Movement speed. Bench crafted life. Or better still, what if we went bench crafted MS? We'd be slower, but we could be chill immune. This is fine if we're on mage blood. If we get to mid blood scaling points, but if we're getting these boots, we definitely are. So then we just do this, and then we'll go for natural life wherever that lands. And then I think from this point on, we just keep getting flat strengths. Give me all your currency, you're done. Give who or what currency? Helmet, armor, giant slayer. Life. Level fractured. Oh, arcane with the T1. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And then from this point on, we just get res. Actually, no, we do have to get strength. Strength is mandatory. How would we go about crafting this? Isn't there reforge attributes with Mirage? I'm pretty sure there's reforge attributes, but there's also reforged Minion. Depending on how much I want to spend, there's reforged Minion. So we could do that. Wait a second, Leviathan Greaves. I trolled, I shouldn't have done that. But anyways, what can roll here? Can int roll? What exactly has the attribute tag here? I guess it's time to open PoEDB and just figure that out. PoEDB. Boots, strength. I don't think I've done this for PoE1 in a while. Attribute tag. We only have strength. So that means with Mirage, if we go for no open, like no suffix, we can deterministically, and let me just make sure there's no prefix too. Yeah, we can deterministically get strength on this. So we can still get flat strength pretty easily. Now, it might not be a good tier, but that greatly reduces the cost of these boots. Okay, that is actually really good. That by itself puts us at 800. And then from this point on, oh wait. I just remembered I actually have to go to Baron. There's no helmet for me. Best I can do is a corrupt. But I can also put my specters here. That puts +2, and that makes it so I don't have to get +2 on the boots. That's something I could do. And I will probably use Congregation to get more support specters instead of zombies. Actually, no. With Montreg... No. Wait, I have to think about it. Because with Montregals... Right? With Montregals, we have... I mean... For now, let's just add this. Right, we have the Baron in there. What is our zombie count? Our zombie limit is 16. So let's edit this and let's say 40. That gives me, that's an extra zombie 9. So we are sitting at 14, which is then 9 after the fact. Wait, what? Wait, hold the fucking phone. And also remove that enchant. I don't need the enchant. This also goes to 150 if we're going high budgets. It's thinking of going Montragos. I know it's gonna explode and whatnot, but I think Matters would just be better or a +2. Matters is not better because I get Matters effect on my ascendancy, and the +2 could be better, but don't forget you can volatile Val orb this, so you get 150% more physical damage as well as 40% reduced max number of zombies. So you can get more than half of your zombies while keeping more than 2x the damage. And there's the explode, of course, on top of all that. So I'll wait to see if you get it. I mean, Montragos is not expensive. It's volatile Val that'll be the expensive part of all this. That'd be the spicy parts. Should we go bone meld instead of RDF? I think bone meld might actually make more sense until +4 RDF, because for one level we get a ton of armor, which is really good defenses. My minions gain res, which I can't really skill elsewhere. I lose res, but I have the suffixes to make up for it. And life regen is life regen. All for one level. Talking the right roll from the volatile Val. I mean, we're only looking at changing 2 different modifiers. If volatile Val changes every modifier on here, then we just 50% chance to destroy. No, it just corrupts your item. And actually it might, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Why does that matter? It doesn't matter, because regardless, if we don't hit the modifiers we want, we will just delete the item. Yeah, it can't destroy it, but like it doesn't matter. It's in Montragos. It's not rare. If it doesn't hit what we want, it might as well have been destroyed. We don't care. At the end of the day, all we care about is the price of volatile valor. So we just have 2 mods to hit. Now we might not hit the rules we're talking about. We might not get the perfect 40% starting or a perfect 150% more, but like even if we get 45%, that already gives us more than half of our minions, depending on the calculations there. Even if we get to like 130% more, you know, like we don't have to get perfect rolls. We just need to we just need to get something better than base Montragos, and we can start from there. I don't know that I will use this too early. I don't really know at one point we start using Montragos, because I don't like the idea of cutting my zombies in half. So it's probably not going to be on the low budgets, but I think the high budget definitely uses it and goes for a good corrupt on it. I would say, is it worth volatile Val orbing this for the damage dealt? But I don't think so, because like I think I'll have more than enough leech anyways, so like doesn't matter. All right, drive safe. Body armor. I started crafting this. What? Why did I stop? Syrian Exarch, Exile Worlds. I would like +1 Spectre. I forget what the +1 Spectre chest looks like, but I guess I just need to pull up and literally any POB. What does the mod actually say? Yeah, it doesn't say raised. Okay, just need to confirm that. +1 to maximum number of specters. Then this is a prefix. We go PDR. Ideally, we pick up strengths. How do we do this? We spam 1 until we get PDR, reforge strength, Prage, and then essence. We could also just do rage, to be honest. Essence of rage until PDR, then res. Could be what we do. Then we go for life. And then we craft life. We can get 8% increased life, or we can get armor. That's 5.3k life, or and let's see what the max armor phase max it looks like for this. We go for high tier armor. I think I'll go for the life. I already have life on one modifier, and the other modifier has. Wait a second though. In theory though, I could just, you know, go armor. I could just go for double armor instead, intentionally avoiding life. I could do something like this, so that I could then just use the life mastery for this. I come out with 300 less life, but I have more flat armor, like almost 4k on the chest piece. Then for the implicits, we go non-curse or offerings. I would like some crit scaling, so I think offering effect is honestly better. But also like some Pride Aura would be nice. But I think we plan on going for Pride Aura Spectre anyway, so Determ, we'll have to figure out what we are going to run, but I think Block Spell. I think Block Spell is the way to go. And then offering effects, probably go for something like this. We need to free up some points on the tree because this is a level 100 PoB, which is already problematic. I think we cut out here. We still need to take this. But we can do this. I greatly prefer this one because this guy helps mana regen a fair bit. So yeah. Where is Enduring Composure? We still need to save 2 points from somewhere. For now, this is the weakest link, followed by probably you. Maybe a block wheel because you don't quite need to be. We don't quite need this guy. We don't need to be as high in the spell block chance as we are, though it would be greatly appreciated, of course. It'd be greatly appreciated. Anyways, for now, we're about to hit the 1K mark. So let's go hit it. Gloves, armor, Leviathan, strength. We get life T1 fractured. That allows us to let me think. If we go life fracture, then we go rage essence. We're gonna need a whole lot of rage essences. Rage essence spam until like T1 a res and then reforge the other. That suffix is done. Then we benchcraft minion damage. and pick up 20%. Can we add this, please? And then we go Searing Exarch Ether Worlds. We pick up what will be minion damage. And the other guy will be I guess bottom row suppress. Then for belts, I mean, if this is the high budget setup, we want to have a mage blood. I think I already settled for it being a high budget setup, so let's just do the mage blood. Obviously for as much strength as we can with catalyst attributes. Then that's it, I think. For the flasks, we're going Quicksilver. We can either do triple res or easy capping res, honestly, which is not a bad idea considering we still aren't capped on res yet and we're this far in. Or, and I mean, I do believe I plan on using a quartz flask. My problem with the quartz flask. Now you do quartz. We'll do quartz, we'll go bismuth. Oh, never mind. We have the proper flask here. Quicksilver, quartz, granite. We can either do basalt. We have granites here. Alright, we remove granite and we'll go basalt. And then last flask is going to be a bismuth, I think. I wish I was a block flask, you know, in some capacity. I guess I could also just go for like a ruby flask if I choose to go melding. If I'm going mage blood, I want to have a melding. I think I would like to scale max res. Which means I have two options here. I can go quartz, or I can do, what's the name of that gem again? The jewel. Watcher's Eye. Watcher's Eye hastes phasing, because we can easily have haste beasts or just run haste ourselves. I don't think I'll have enough decks to actually maintain haste, but and then determ. Actually, no, should I go discipline additional spell block? I'm trying to scrounge for as much spell block as I can, and this would be very big survivability, but I don't have ES, so I don't plan on having discipline. So we just go Either phase reduction or extra crits. Probably phase reduction. PDR and then life with haste phasing. So now I don't need a quartz, so I can instead go for a bismuth. Bismuth with increased armor, I guess. And then as far as auras go, I plan on going Purity of Fire. If I can give it 2 levels, which I technically could if I move it to my helmets. And I corrupt my helmets because it's the only unique I have that can be corrupted. Then I could in theory get to 87% max res. In theory, of course. Purity of Fire. We're going Pride Spectre, so we can't do Pride. Any aura we can delegate, we plan on delegating it. So that includes Haste, that includes Pride, that includes a vast majority of them. Maybe not D-term because my D-term will be better, and it's just better if I run D-term. But is there any offensive aura I'm not thinking about now that I should be thinking about? In terms of survivability, I can go D-term, I can go Flesh and Stone. Those are good options. In terms of offenses, we have Pride, which affects Fizz. Aside Pride aura, what else is there? I guess there's aspect of the spider. But at this point, ring, gloam ring on the first finger with minions deal increased damage. This is guaranteed if you're reforging minion on the prefixes, right? So we don't even need to fracture this anymore. We can just craft the suffixes first using, you guessed it, Rage Essence. Rage Essence until minion attack speed. Then Reforge Resistance. Pray you get a good res roll. Then Reforge Minion. But then how do you get life? You can't add a remove because this isn't influenced. Then you can get life, or you can benchcraft life. And then the same happens for a bone ring. Rage. I guess I could also try to get all attributes, but I don't know how I'd begin unless like all attributes is fractured preemptively. But I guess if it is, then we can. But at the same time, I'd rather just get minion attack speed. And then get 1 res. Like realistically, I think this is just better. Yeah, we have minion damage and life. Almost 1300 strength so far. Res is shaping up. We have chaos res everywhere we can, so I guess we should just do chaos res here as well. Is this gonna be actually fun clear like the build I'm currently trying? It has explode coming from here, and I will probably pair it with an explode AG to complement it as well. But yeah, it should have good clear. Yeah, I can also use zombies or slamming, but I think they have worse single targets, which is why I'd be against slamming. Now, res is still looking very rough. Do I have fire res coming from anywhere? No, I don't. I have cold res coming from somewhere, but no fire res. Oh, no lightning res. So I also want to solve, there are 2 things I need to solve as well. I need to solve stun, and I need to solve ailments. Now for ailments, we are obviously going to go in Storm Shroud. And now we need the flask avoid shock, which means the last slot has to be taken by immutable force or recov. This doesn't allow us to run any of the minion gem jewels I would like. For example, honestly, just having the ghastly eye jewels, Basai ghastly eye jewels for flats, which would be very nice. It doesn't allow me to run any of the covenants, which isn't the greatest. Can Pantheon solve stun? I don't like Pantheon stun solving, because it just makes you immune for 2 seconds, which means you really aren't immune and you still eat the stun. So I don't rely on Pantheon for stuns. What else I could do aside Pantheon is, before Mage Blood, we can use chance to avoid stun on the belt, or we can go for increased stun recovery. We can go for increased stun recovery. I guess we could also just do Purity of Elements. That is something else we could, in theory, do. And keep in mind, I left a... Did I? I actually didn't. Never mind. I was going to say I left a space for reservation on the chest piece. I kind of did, but kind of didn't as well. So, if we go Purity of Elements here... That gives me a lot of res. That gives me ailment immunity. That removes the need for Storm Shroud. And that allows my minions to have much better res. It's like, without Purity, are they capped? They aren't, right? They are not red. Wait. Oh, shit. Montragos gives res. To zombies. To zombies, specifically. So... Spectres wouldn't be capped. Yeah, so I think Purity is worth. I think purity is worth. Weapon 2. Weapon 1 should have offering. I'm still undecided on the offering, but I want to scale crits, so it has to be spirit, I think. I can't afford to go bone offering, sadly. And then what else do we care to trigger? I think that's it for now. Anything else that comes to mind? Yeah, we'll figure that out. Spectre animates Guardian. Helmets with this is going to actually be insane because we can now corrupt +2 level of minion gems. Why this is big would be because now we can go congregation, and congregation will get a +4 multiplier on it. Which means we can get 50% more raised specters, which we're already getting to 5. So that's just 10 support specters. Easy. I don't know if we have a reason to have 10 support specters. But that's easy power charges, that's easy frenzy charges, that's easy haste aura, pride aura, evasion aura. You name it, we probably have it with 10 support specters. Holy. Then I think past this we go feeding frenzy. Or do we make them tankier? 27, 25. I could go minion life, make them tankier, but then I'd have to go feeding frenzy elsewhere, and I kind of don't want to. Like, I would like to have a golem, but there's no need to have a golem currently. Like, there's no pressing need, you know? If you don't have feeding frenzy and convocation. You know why I'm laughing? Is because even though I have accounted for convocation here, I actually haven't put it, and there is a decent possibility I forget convocation. So I'm just going to put it in now before I forget it, and I start having to remove something at some point. There, we have convocation. Oh. So we have this guy now, and then zombies would be in the chest piece. So that's going to be zombies. Real talk. And hear me out on this. Hear me out. Do I go AG? Or do I go support AG explode? Or do I just go DPS AG? I feel like DPS AG just makes more sense. It's way more damage. It's considerably more damage. And for Claire, we still have zombie explode. I think it makes more sense to go AG. We'll go under the assumption we're doing AG. We'll make him a level 21 so he's tankier. That means we have to switch our RDF from RDF to Bone Meld. What are we anointing here? Death attunements. And we can go a corrupt technically, but let's leave it at this for now. We lose a level. which isn't the greatest, but we're already at level 28 anyways. So we're not losing out on too much. Can we get to +1 zombie at 1500 strength? I don't think we can. I think we went purity of element, so we don't need storm shroud anymore. What should we put here? I need a bit more in the res department, but like I have way too much fire res. It almost makes me want to drop the bismuth and pick up lightning and fire, lightning and cold. But if I do that, then I don't need melding and I am now overstacked on res. So we're back to square one. How do I solve this? I would like a basalt flask, if I'm being very honest. So let's do basalt. And instead of that, we go increased effects. We remove this and we go... We no longer need chance to avoid shock. I just realized we don't need that anymore. So what do we need? We have increased armor on the bismuth, I believe. All right, we do regen then. We do regen. Regen isn't bad. So we have stun solved here. We can still solve stun here, but we have stun solved. We have ailments solved on purity of elements, which is one of the few auras we can't get from minions. We have 27 on reserve mana, so that is not great. So instead of weapon 2, we might do boots and pair this with an enlighten. Enlighten 3 is fine, probably. I don't rely on anything more. Mana regen sucks ass, so we need to fix that. I would like to go to fix it by coming here. It's 1 extra point though. Like it's 1 extra point. It doesn't fix it, but it makes it a lot better. Like 110, 24 mana regen. $38 strength versus... Yeah, this is still more strength. I think we just have to drop the block. Or some of the block. It's unfortunate, because this puts us at 18% spell block chance. But like, there's nothing else we can do. I genuinely can't think of anything else we can do. Oh, we can also pick up some max res from here. What are we doing there, my guy? This gives us 3 to all max res, and it's def worth taking. So now we have to figure out where to get those points from. What does my crits look like? 51% chance. Minions are going to use power charges. They're going to use frenzy charges. We're going to have endurance charges coming from minions. So that means I don't even need endurance charges. I don't need this guy. I can save points from that. Now I can go for one of the other guys. What they call him again? Covenants. Probably quickening covenants, to be honest. But we'll see which one gives more damage. All right. We still need to solve res. This still doesn't fix our res. We can also get max fire res on a regular jewel, so maybe we do one of those. We use a rare jewel, a cobalt. I don't think it matters much. We do cobalt because he has minion damage. We go max fire res 2. Then we go increase life. And we go minion damage. And then we just go for like block or something here. No. I guess we go for strength. Something like that. Now we're 90 res. I need to configure this. All right, what are the gems? Honestly, yeah, getting feeding phrasing on this guy is going to be rough. We have enough regen that I don't care about more regen, period. So we just go for someone carry-ons. It'd be nice to get more regen, but we have leech, and 500 regen without the leech is fine, I think. We can also honestly go lightning golem for the mana regen. If we do lightning golem, that kind of solves our stuff without needing clarity. Like, it allows us to use offering and whatnot. And honestly, we're going life tap here anyway, so that doesn't matter anyways. I actually want the life tap to be imbued, but you know what, we do that life tap. Here we go, minion live. Imbued. Cool. Here, I don't know what it's going to be yet. We could do like behead. Behead could be something that's decent to use, honestly, because AG is going to use that well. But I think behead only wants melee attacks, and smite, the lightning doesn't count as a melee hit. Yeah, so in any case, we're doing phase currently. He's doing lightning. So y'all just don't scale really the same way currently. We go multi-strike. We go increase crits. We don't do brutality because Aegis Mighty will not like that at all. We do melee fizz. If we go impale, let me think. If we go impale, that will help the AG of smiting regardless. But honestly, I think the answer here is either rootless or increased crit, and I think it's increased crits with rootless coming here. AG of smiting is going to use smite. And then we're going to make our AG setup. What are the items I remember? Wait a second. What do I want? What damage types do I want them to do? They're going to be doing a lot of fire damage because explode is going to be fire. We can do added fire. Added fire is going to be damage as extra fire anyways. And this is big because then we can just focus on debuffing with fire. We can focus on debuffing with fire. I still need to fix lightning rest ball. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. So now that we're focusing on fire, we can give our AG Brutus's lead sprinkler because he is going to be, he's strength stacking, so he has a lot of flats there. Then we give him crown of eyes. Which gives him leech. Then we give him honestly we should be giving him strength stacking boots, Alberon's warpath. Maybe eventually we give him replica, but for now we stick to regular Alberons. We give him rare gloves. AG. This goes Steering Exarch Eta Worlds. We add the implicit non-val strike targets. We give them 2 targets. And then here we give him attack speed. And we don't really care about anything else if I'm being honest. Flat fire to attacks maybe. Probably. Could give him leech. These are the only stats that actually matter. Body armor, body armor. Iron grip. Is it grip? Iron something. Iron Fortress, that's the one. Either we go Iron Fortress for the strength, giving 3% increase melee fizz. And then for the shield, this is assuming he's doing what's it called, of course, fire. If he was doing chaos, then I forget what weapon I don't know what weapon I'd use with that one. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold the fucking phone though. Wait. All right, so hear me out. Hear me out. Brutus's lead sprinkler is giga flat fire, right? Don't forget, they added Rogue Exile mods back into the pool with Mirage. So we can go 100% fire convert to chaos and run this alongside replica Alberons so that he has giga chaos. Because all this fire then will get converted to chaos. And then he's just doing chaos damage. Now the zombie would also do chaos because we'd have what's it called? We'd have added fire that's converted into chaos, but ultimately it's still going to be fizz and chaos damage. We could choose to scale this with poison now, but probably not. So let's go under the assumption that we have that. So that means we have to actually get rid of a res modifier. That doesn't make my res situation any easier, if I'm being honest. But like, you know, we ignore all that for now. Replica Oberons. Offhand, what do we give him as an offhand? Ratpith? What did Ratpith do again? I'm pretty sure Ratpith is good. I just don't remember. And it's life stacking because it's per player life, so never mind. It won't be Ratpith. Let's see if there's anything strength related here on the offhand section. But yeah, we have strength stacking, so we could easily get Giga ES from this, but fuck that. We could also use Repentance for Giga single targets, I guess. So the question is, do we want Repentance to then hone on the single targets and then allow our zombies handle clear? Because that can be arranged, you know? Or do we want... Or are we fine with him getting the rare gloves, which gives him more clear, but less single targets? I think ultimately the zombie should have enough damage to take care of clear altogether. So I might be leaning towards Repentance as well. So zombies handle clear, he handles single target. Offhand, what can we give him as an offhand? I don't know what would go as a good offhand. Let's go shields and just see. What are shields that are here? Lion Eyes has an interesting modifier based on life. If I remember correctly, it's like gain life as extra armor. But I'm strength stacking, not armor stacking. This one would have been insane if it was whichever is higher. That'd have been crazy. Oh well. Is there a good stuff like 2 max power charges is probably not a bad idea. But this would be us, so no. Plus he's gonna be max regardless, so I guess we could give him... He doesn't even have baseline block chance, so Like if we were giving him bone offering, then sure, but he doesn't even have that. What does the oppressor have again? Okay. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I haven't seen a good one yet. Broken Faith. You have Unholy Might while you have no ES, then make sure he doesn't have ES. ES damage leached as life. So then he gets Wither Chance on hit and he converts all his phase. We don't care about the phase convert, but the Wither Chance would be nice. But him being the only source of Wither Chance isn't the greatest unless we give him insane, you know, attack speed. So that brings the next question. Should I go Repentance or should I just go I forget the Soul Eater gloves. Soul Ascension, that's the one. Let me think. How does transfusion work again? Transfusion works. It just gives a nearby minion a soul. So it doesn't. This will in no way gimp Ascension gloves. All this would do is give a minion a soul. Now, this is not great on zombies because I'll have like 10 zombies. Odds are the souls will be going to the different ones. But it could just make a difference that it can help my AG maintain his Soul Eater stacks. It could be used to allow my AG maintain Soul Eater stacks. So that's something we could look at. Like with minions being aggressive, what are the odds that he's the one that is going to get? You know what I'm just realizing? My rest situation is very bad. It is actually very bad. I just realized it. It's just dawning on me that it's actually worse than I think. I say this because we're using Bone Meld. Now, with Bone Meld and with my current raise max, that's not too bad. It's 10. It's 10 minions. Very humble. But don't forget, we plan on having 10 Spectres as well. That's going to be 20 minions baseline. 1 Golem, 21. 1 AG, 22. That is minus 44% early res. Straight up. Just there. If we want to do that. Or, and honestly, we could go Replica Dragon Fangs. That removes that need, but that reduces our armor as well. Fine. Because if I just decide that I am going to do 44. Look at that. Now, this number loves it, but that number isn't going to keep me alive. I think the res pressure will be too much. So we could do this, or we could just go for strength stacking amulets instead of levels. Why would we go for strength stacking amulets? Because my AG would absolutely love to strength stack with the amulets. My AG would absolutely love that. Now I gotta think. Because if my AG is going to be doing chaos damage, then I definitely want my zombies to be doing fire damage. Aside the explode. And there's no easy way to convert their damage to fire that I'm aware of, off the top of my head. The glove spot is the exact same spot that will give the fire convert to chaos. Which I need to go -1 res on, by the way. So in case my res pressure wasn't enough. It's that now. What is the name of those modifiers? They came in Mercenary League. Mercenaries League. Suratan modifiers. They're called something. Infamous mods, that's what they're called. Minions converts. So remove Codras, which means this has to be the fracture, by the way. Minions convert 100% of fire damage to chaos damage. This again makes it so I'm highly incentivized to run triple res. But melding just makes sense. But if I go triple, I guess melding still makes sense even if I drop one of these or drop both of them. Why is PoB slowing down? Okay, replica Arborons. So I am curious, does taking this off affect damage? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. So I'm just making sure it's PoB is actually calculating it. A humble 461% increased damage. Wait, where is the strength increased damage? Oh, there it is. So we have 280 here, and then we have 461. So I guess now the next question is, actually, we already got crit cap. 2% over cap. Cool. That's with charges. So the next question is, how are you lacking in damage? Your attack speed is decent, I would say. 4 attacks is second. Full crits with 4x multi. How are you only doing 2.4 with the smite? Is there a multiplier that's not affecting it that I should be aware of? Melee phase works. Multi-strike of course works. Increase crits, they do. If we can still scale more crits, maybe we can drop increased crits. Maybe. I think now we actually just have to do something to the effect of I did fire damage here. Then we go increase crits here. This gives my zombies more chaos damage because they, I mean, they can do fire, but my AG is going to be doing all chaos. So we might as well try our best to make it all chaos damage. There is no easy way to convert my zombies to fire or chaos. I think. Not even seed breaths. Wouldn't it be nice if CD breaths just converted? Like if it had a fireborn version that was just fire. But then we will have deal no non-fire damage, which would be us. So never mind. But I guess the explode will be chaos as well, so there's that. But yeah, so now do I go despair? Or do I go... And I also don't have a source of wither. So these are the problems I'm now facing. So if I had 15 wither, for example, can't even simulate it here. What if I did this smooth? No. I'd have to go topaz, sapphire. They're both alchemists, but I need to make sure I replace the modifiers I just got rid of, which is topaz needs to have increased armor instead of stun. And then The basalt had regen, so that's taken care of already. That is still not enough res. All right, back to the old setup. But I guess if I went topaz here, that would work. And the only thing left is cold res. How do I then solve cold res? I could drop the Spectre boots, go for increased strength, pure strength, and then a resistance. We could do that. Essence spam 1 like res until increased strength. Try to get another mod, eat the mod with increased strength, reforge attributes, pray for good strength. Then craft prefixes. That is something we could do. Just hunter, I guess. We would lose 2 levels on the specters, but like, I mean, the specters don't need any more levels, so let's do that instead. So that would be dropping specters and dropping Elder or cold res. So I guess the question now is, yeah, I'm gonna need to essence spam cold res, which is hatred. And that just narrowly puts me there. Topaz then goes for regen. So I have some the regen back. I think I'm going to drop D-term if I'm being honest. There's no need for it. I can drop it for flesh and stone. Sand stance. I'm gonna need to start simulating my spectre soon. Now remove this guy. Remove the helmets. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's just start there. What are these specters? Perfect. Warlord. Carnage Chieftain. Host Chieftain. That takes care of charges. Turtle. Forest Warrior. Forest Tiger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was someone else in mind just now. Can't remember. Primal Thunderbird. So that's haste and grace. Oh yeah, and I remember Hulking Miscreation for AG. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we can have 2 of the chieftains. Unless I'm missing somebody, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the first one is a warlord. Second one is a chieftain. Number 3 is host. 4 is guardian turtle. 5 is warrior. 6 is tiger. 7 is thunderbird. 8 is miscreation. And then the remaining 2 are just more chieftains for better charge up time. Cool. Cool. I guess I could have gone purity specters, but then I wouldn't want to rely on any of the purity specters for res, because at that point, the moment I'm out of range, I could just die. We don't play with res here. Chaos related specters, there are a few that come to mind. Melee Fizz isn't helping Guardian Smite, I just realized. Because it's not Fizz. What if I went Withering Touch instead? Give my zombies some Fizz as Chaos. So that's Fizz as Chaos, Fizz as Chaos. And that would max Wither. That bumps my smiting a lot, because I just realized melee phase isn't doing anything because it's getting chaos directly. So that was literally just a dead gem for it. I'm not about to take 25% less minion life or anything, especially with AG or smiting. It's just not worth it. All right, what else are we doing here? If we're assuming that we're going to be doing a fair amount of chaos damage, we would be right. So now the zombies actually do equal amount of chaos and fizz. Is that a reason to drop this, I wonder? I think so. Unholy Might on kill would be nice for the zombies. AoE would be nice for the AG. We go AoE. Next up, I would like to try automation, convocation, transfusion, and a life costing skill to give my AG, or to give my minions souls. I guess when I go back to transfusion supports, if I'm spending I guess it depends. If I spend, depends on how much life I spend. Because if I spend 2k life, let's say, that means if I spend 2k life, that means like the minion gets 10 souls instead, which is still an attack cast speed buff regardless for 4 seconds. Like, it's still decent. But for now, let's do despair because it's needed. Leap slam, I believe, because I have his scepter equipped. Faster attacks. Yeah, I don't know what else I'd put here. But this settles curse. You would go in offhand, I guess. Oh no, you can go in offhand. You can go in gloves. That's mobility and curse. You still have 1 free spot. Is there anything else I would like to automate? No, really. Could put an aura here, like a clarity. Or I could just spare myself the need for life tap and, you know, I could do that. I guess I'll try transfusion and see. Other than transfusion, what else would I do? It means I would have to do something along the lines of convocation, automation, bruh. Automation, molten shell, and then cooldown recovery. Something like this. How much uptime will molten shell get? 56%, not bad. This gives me some pretty decent uptime. But we turn this off anyways. So when that is up, it will feel nice. When it is down, it is fine. But if I'm not going to be doing all this chaos damage, it just makes sense to have envy. Which means instead of this guy, I should have the sword. I would lose 1 level and a whole bunch of crits and minion damage. But I would get the envy sword, severed in sleep. And they also get wither, free wither and a bunch of crit multi. And if I remember correctly, with severed in sleep has a pretty cool flat crit Powerborn. If I'm willing to drop the wither. Which I think I am, if I'm being honest. So, edits. How am I doing edits? Save. 3.28 down blow. Higher budgets. You don't need to be corrupted. So we're just going to enchant you with crits. How much does that hit my crit chance? Holy, it hit it so bad. Why is the crit chance so bad? 5.25 baseline? Shit, it's 5%. That is ass. Jesus. It also means I have to run MV. I guess I leave this one. Yeah, RDF is still better because levels of AG is doing nothing but defenses, which is not inherently bad by any means. It is not bad to have levels on this guy because he is squishy. So back to the AG question. Why on earth is your damage lacking? There was a POB that Yako sent last free share. I don't have it anymore. I remember seeing it. It had, you know what? Ninja probably has Kiwi.Ninja. Build Fury 1. Free-share 2.0. Baron. Anime Guardian of Smiting. I can't see the Anime Guardian setups. I just remembered. But this was an ES stacking version. Jesus Christ. 63k ES. Who needs life when you have 63k ES? Holy. I mean, I can see why they would use this. But like at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a big fan of the defensive shell. It's big ES, which is nice. They get Radiant Faith. I forget which one is Radiant Faith. I assume it's reservation efficiency for Guardian. That's an assumption. Yes, is such a bad defensive what? I don't like the defensive shell of this, if that's what you're referring to, because well, there's a few reasons. One, with all of these pieces, it becomes a lot harder to res cap, which like he literally only has 3 res. Well, 4 if you count the Calandra's touch. His weapons are this, which again, it's not bad, but like it's a completely different build. It's a lot of ES, but I can't say how much damage AG has with this scaling. I can't see sources of, well, with this scaling, he doesn't need increased minion. And I guess, and levels don't matter nearly as much as they should because AG doesn't care about levels. But this is pre-transfusion. He's using smite as well and conductivity alongside Hex touch. Like this requires, my guess is he's using flash to res cap. And he doesn't have a mage blood. Also using Heart of Flame. Again, 63 KS is a lot. I just think this will leave the other pieces in the build a bit lacking. He has 4k strength, which means AG probably just slaps a ton with whatever setup he has. So damage isn't an issue. But I don't like this. I don't like the res situation. I don't like using coruscating. I don't like that he's using all of these without perma flask uptime. While clearing, he's going to have perma uptime, but he's not going to have perma uptime with coruscating the moment it's single targets. Now, you're unlikely to run into chaos damage on most single target enemies, so like it's probably fine. But then the few that actually do have chaos damage could be annoying, let's say. And this is of course also ignoring the budget of this version. Like, I'm not going to craft this. There is no universe I craft this. I do not want to have to craft this, and I don't want to. So that is already one. The helical ring, honestly, I can see myself crafting something like a ring. I don't see myself mirroring it, but I can see myself crafting a helical ring or something. But yeah, most of this scaling would very they would hit my zombie scaling a lot, which not the biggest fan of. So again, I'm not a fan of the shell overall. I don't know. You might like it more. I don't know, but like, hey, different strokes for different folks, I guess. This one. Oh yeah, boots can get max endurance charge if you corrupt it. I'm not gonna do that, but I could also get max endurance charges by just awakening Orbin, but then I can't craft the boots the way I have it in PoB, so I'm gonna leave it there. I need to remember what is a good offhand for the AG in this setup. I can't use a weapon because I need it to be the hits with the what's his face? Brutus's lead sprinkler. It needs to be that. Right? Just to be sure. Brutus lead sprinkler. Yeah, with this weapon, so it has to be with the weapon. I'm either doing RDF for zombies or I'm going for, I guess, high end, the real high-end goal would honestly be do you have, I mean, we don't care about your levels, right? We don't. We're lightning jam, you are fizz, you are not fizz. Are you sure you're not fizz? I could have sworn zombies were affected by fizz, like plus the level of fizz. I guess they're not. Huh, interesting. Anyways, let's see offhand. It doesn't say offhand. Shield. Sort by full DPS. Let's see if there's anything that PoB can recommend. Of course, there's nothing. Like, it could be completely defensive. Converting fizz to fire is not going to be doing much because we already have, what do you call it? Maybe we'll go for something defensive, maybe. Like, there's just nothing here that I think is particularly good. And that is unfortunate that that is the case. The problem with this one is that it's, if I'm at 5k life, that is 250% increased damage, which isn't bad, but compared to, I think for now we just go rat pith, please. Like, genuinely, I think rat pith is like, we don't have anything better to put in there. We really don't. And 250% is 250%, you know? Like, at the end of the day, well, I guess it's 450 because I guess it's 450. That puts it at just as much damage as my zombies. I'm assuming my zombies are still, they're 10. Where did I lose a mag zombie? I just one I saw 11 at some point. If I craft an amulet that is a budget strength stacking amulet, which would be a, what is the name of this base? Jade is dexterity, amber, I guess. Yeah, amber. An amber base with, I think it's warlord, with increased strength, increased attributes, I think. Crusader, I think. No, Crusader is int. Hunter? No, Shaper. It's Shaper, I think. Yeah, increased strength, increased attributes. Paired with, you just combine them and then you benchcraft strength. Because actually we can reforce strength, but then we can get any of the attribute modifiers, so that's risky. Strength is the safe one. 30 is the highest, right? Yeah, it is. Cool. And then on this side, I don't think there'd be any way to force level of anything. So we would just go for life and pray. We'll give it decent life, not a lot. And then go death attunement and catalyst attributes. If I go something like that, my strength shoots up to 1654, my damage to 26, but my zombies fall to 9.5. And the more I chase single target DPS, the more AG of smiting profits, and the more zombies fall to the side. So that isn't what I am particularly looking for, per se. I kind of want a balance of both. But at the same time, I can't say this setup right now is worth the investment. Even with... Yeah. So yeah, I have two options. I either scale zombies or I scale the AG. Scaling zombies involves going for a plus, probably a +4 RDF. Going for this also isn't, it's probably not going to help the, obviously it's not going to help the AG. This could a bit, it could help me and the AG. So despair is a fair amount of damage. What about Vaughn? Vaughn shifts that damage to my zombies. Yeah, Despair is just straight better here. Their fire damage is the best here, it looks like. Why are all these red? More chaos damage would not hurt my zombies, but it would not help them either. Ruthless is more DPS than crits. Increased crits would make it so I crit it more evenly, and I think it would make my DPS feel a whole lot more even. So I'm fine with that. Are there configs I am missing? Probably. Is this setup as it is right now worth not just full focusing on zombies? I am not going to be using transfusion for the AG. And realistically, if I wanted wave clear from the AG, I think with transfusion and a smaller minion count, it would be much easier for them to eat all the souls and in turn be fast. But I don't think I'm going to get out of this genuinely without using... I don't think I'm getting out of this without using Congregation on Spectres, which is just... It makes it so I have way too many minions for transfusion to be effective, which limits my AG usage. %60 fizz as extra chaos without nearly as much fizz scaling. I could genuinely have, I think, a considerable amount of extra strength that I don't currently have. And I'm trying to decide if it's worth it or if I just want to say fuck it and, you know, scale strength a bit more. Because 1350, I want to hit 1500. Like, I actually want to hit 1500. But I don't think I'm willing to go for a strength stacking amulet to do so. Even though it will be more damage. $24.9. What am I currently not using that I could be using? I really like the idea of Montregals because of the volatile Val. I want to play around volatile Val, so I like that concept. Instead of having 20 zombies, I have 10. Right? It's 10. Alternatively, and we could also do this. Instead of lightning golem, we go carrion golem, which would also be a DPS increase. But not by too much. Alternatively, we just drop the idea of AG being in this setup, focus on zombies, and triple down on their damage. Go for a support AG. I think with explode on the Montregals, I don't really need an explode AG. And without the need for an explode AG, what can we do? What is the optimal support setup? It is going to look something like Delve helmets, regen chests, maybe early weakness gloves, while iron Vaughn, extra curse, boots, Kingmaker. And just saying Kingmaker, I really like the idea of that. And then I don't need to convert any damage to chaos because I'm doing all fizz. Frees up some suffixes. I'm going to save this as AG variant. And real quickly, we're going to just do some light PoBing for the other variant, the support AG one. So that's going to be remove that from there, remove this from here, go AG. Also, you know, I just realized something. I realized I just assumed this was a suffix. Convert to chaos. I think it is, but I don't know for a fact that it is. I could also go some levels of fortification stacking, I guess. Get this one and just anoint champion you have max fortification. I'm already in the area of the tree that has a bit of fortification scaling. That'll just be an extra 6, I think. So that would be 26 fortification, which is 13% increase phase taken. That reminds me, holy, I kind of forgot something big. Perfect blood demon. I knew I was forgetting someone. I knew I was forgetting someone. I just didn't know who. Vaughn. Why did I even do this? I actually don't need perfect blood demon because zombies aren't constructs. So because zombies aren't constructs, we don't need to run Hawking Miscreation. So Vaughn, Leviathan, Gauntlets. Then we go for a res. Let's say code res. Well, I assume we need it, or it frees up some space or something. Maybe it allows us to run. I don't know. We'll leave it as res for now, though. But now we're not converting, so then we go for A. We're just doing this, then we go this because it's not needed. Melee fizz 1 2 3 4 5. Remove withering touch because it is not needed. Did you react? I haven't watched yet. Is that the PoE notification I saw? And then in here we go brutality. And then in here we go increase crits. We're back up to 22.7 mil with 10 zombies. We only care about the zombies this time, but this is already a net positive because AG is nothing but offensive pieces and should be defensive pieces. So we obviously don't need so what we're going to do here is let's say the video arcane links, and then we'll talk about we'll POB some more.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers.
You are a bit loud, my guy.
Game director on Path of Exile 2. Last week we made some improvements to Expedition and the Runes of Elder, but we still wanted these mechanics to have more depth in the endgame, while giving you more control over how you engage with them.
Okay.
So in 054, we're introducing an Atlas passive tree for Runes of Elder. This tree lets you invest into Remnant encounters, Expeditions, and Grand Expeditions, allowing you to tailor the experience to your playstyle.
Holy!
So, what's actually on this tree? There are 24 points in total, including 12 notables.
Why does this look like it's just a throwaway notable? Like it's like, hey, this ain't notable that doesn't try. Like compare this to this guy or this guy or this. It's like, yeah, we don't care about this one. See, that's the same vibe these ones give. It's like, yeah.
And some of them introduce entirely new mechanics. This multi-choice
may now have Veritium what?
12 notables, and some of them introduce entirely new mechanics.
Veritium sentries.
This multi-choice node lets you choose
Veritium remnants, increased chance for encounters.
Choose between finding additional remnants or increasing your chances of encountering expeditions in your maps. By taking this node, Pharaoh will begin selling a new currency.
Okay, let's bump up the quality.
Expeditions in your maps. By taking this node,
Liquid
Pharaoh will begin
Veritium.
selling a new currency item that can be purchased with Veritium, which by this point, you probably got plenty of.
Immediately start a runic remnant encounter with a random runic inscription.
If you don't like the rewards on your runic inscriptions, you can use this currency to re-roll the runes and begin the encounter for a mystery reward. You can also further customize traditional expedition encounters.
I like that.
Starting with a simple example, you can
add an explosive or veritium remnant to expedition. Oh, you can just add one? I mean, you'd always pick the remnants, but
choose between gaining an additional explosive or an additional remnant. You can invest into finding more logbooks or take this entirely new mechanic, Veritium Sentries. These sentries can appear during expedition encounters.
It says sentinels, but
and if you decide to sentries,
it says sentinels, it says sentries.
Expedition encounters. And if you decide to
empowers monsters,
they'll infuse nearby enemies with runic power, adding additional runes and increasing their rewards. Good luck finding one.
Wait. Sentinel League? It's fucking Sentinel.
With enemies with runic power, adding additional
actually
runes,
Sentinel just following you around. Rewards.
Good luck finding one with an opulent rune. You can also specialize further into grand expeditions, like this notable, which allows grand expeditions to roll a third modifier. You can speed up encounters by reducing the number of monsters required before the explosive line proceeds, or make unearthed enemies spawn with 25% of their life already missing.
Holy.
And finally, you can decide how dangerous your remnant chains become.
I just have veritium remnants, which within expedition add runic modifiers to future remnants. Will not add 25% chance to add an additional.
You can prevent runic modifiers from propagating down the chain entirely, or if you're looking for a bigger challenge and bigger rewards, give remnants a chance to pass on 2 runic modifiers instead of 1.
This is gonna be so good. This is actually gonna be so good for juicing. What the fuck?
Overall, there are now many more ways to customize both the challenge and rewards of this league. But that's not all. We have another super important feature involving unique items. Since 0.1, one of the most requested features has been the ability to use more of the uniques you find in the endgame on your next characters. And we agree.
Okay.
Starting in 054, unique items will automatically scale their skill level down to match lower level characters.
Oh my god! What? No fucking way.
Go back, I didn't see. Go back, I didn't see.
Are you watching?
I'm watching.
More of the uniques you find in the endgame on your next characters.
Oh my god.
We agree. Starting in 054, unique items will automatically scale their skill level down to match lower level characters. There are so many uniques with interesting skills.
Holy shit! What?
Wait. Holy. 0.4, by the way.
Dude, I can fucking use the bear. I don't have to get to level fucking 72.
So now you're literally just gonna wait.
Yeah. Why would I touch that character until this patch is live?
To put on the unique.
It said it will scale down the level to match the character. The reason the level was so high was because of the level of the skill. This is a unique that was also plagued by the same issue. This is a level 14 gem. Requires level 62. Oh my goodness.
Holy. Companion leveling?
I mean, 918. I actually should get one, to be honest, because that is actually going to be so nice.
You should probably look. But I can. What's it called? I can hold it.
Sylvan's effigy.
You want? Uncorrupted?
Yeah, uncorrupted just gets increased damage per mark target. I don't know how low it will allow you to go. I feel like it won't be level 1. But like, I'm down to try.
It goes to 100.
Yeah, like 100 or 120 or something. Just get any decent one that's like in the 90s range. Like it caps at 100.
Yeah. Yeah.
90s range, ideally. I mean, you could do corrupted. I don't care too much, but if it's corrupted, it should have good spirits.
Characters should have good spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Only
insane.
drop from high levels, and it was a real shame you could. There are so many uniques with interesting skills that only drop from high levels.
Yes.
And it was a real shame you couldn't use them until the late endgame.
Yeah, sure, I'll buy one.
Now, if you get a unique from a pinnacle boss, you can use that unique with its unique skill as soon as you meet that item's minimum level requirement.
As soon as you meet the item's minimum level requirements.
So
How are we supposed to fucking know what it is though? Spirit vessel.
that means it's 72 for you.
No, the 72 was the level that the gem made you get to. That's requirement for level, was this 17 or something? Let me see. Sylvan's effigy. I want to see something real quick. Requires level 62. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still the same minimum. Because this says 62, which is
I'm
level
about to pick it up.
14.
Am I picking this up?
No need.
Or no?
Don't. Forgotten Warden. That means that this guy is going to be level 70. That is the minimum requirement.
We still got something from that. But
yeah, and I don't have to spend divines getting a level 16 spirit vessel or 17.
That's a really big change. Imagine we actually started, like, I'm glad it's there, but imagine we started the league with that change.
I mean, that'd have helped my second character, that's for sure. But it would have only removed 2 levels, but I want to save me money because I still ended up selling the thing anyways. But that's still a very nice change. What's that?
This should open up a whole bunch of builds available to play much earlier. It also helps when leveling new characters.
Twink setup just got
if you found a
insane.
high-level life sprig, feel free to equip it right from level 2. Speaking of uniques,
Nice
last week we teased some new Vessel of Coolamark items. The first of those is now ready, the Master's Reach.
97% of damage taken from enemies with an open weakness recouped as life. Eat a soul on hitting an enemy with an open weakness. Reveal weaknesses against rare and unique enemies. So it's just Soul Eater.
Amazon.
It's fucking Soul Eater.
On a glove.
It's fucking Soul Eater for free, and then Giga Recoup on top of that. Whenever you're facing a rare or unique, so a boss would love this. Assuming you're not just one-shotting, of course.
This unique grants its own skill, Untether, which plants a seed of abyssal energy directly into an enemy's heart. It also
what the fuck
has
does
some
that
very
do?
unusual modifiers. It reveals weaknesses within the souls of rare and unique enemies. And if you hit that weakness, you can eat their soul.
Looks different.
Okay, so
You'll also recoup 100% of damage taken from enemies with an open weakness as life.
if I just say
There's another major
100%.
feature we're adding to this patch for those who love to gamble with vile corruption.
Oh,
At Zeri's
Surely temple buff, right?
now has a new currency item that
New currencies. Upgrades a corruption enchantment on a rare amulet ring or upgrades and removes a modifier. What do you mean by it upgrades it? Does this mean you can get a +2? On this is rare. Okay, on rare.
I'm gonna die in temple this week.
We're not living that. We're not living there. You know, you know it. We know it. We all know it. It's like
do exped too on the side though.
I think I'm actually going to start pathing towards exped because
I was already going to do exped on this character.
But here's the thing: I realized that all like exped actually just adds an ocean biome, so you can still do temple and exped all the same.
You can only be ocean.
Yeah, my point is you can do those are still maps, so you can still run temple on it. It's just whenever you get to the exped ones, like you do those ones.
Get like 1 or 2 logbooks per exped.
Yeah, so like the only difference is you're not pathing to citadels. That's the only difference, which is a big difference.
Maps are juicy.
But like, yeah. Okay. That might be what I end up doing.
can use to go double or nothing.
How do they keep
on
us
an already
like having
corrupted
these,
item.
like think about this? And now period 1 is coming out. How the fuck
Yeah.
do I want to play that?
Using it will remove a random explicit mod. But in exchange for that,
Like actually insane. That's an
corrupted
amazing
item.
patch.
Using it will remove a random explicit mod.
This took it from 39 max life enchant to 139.
I don't understand. What did it do?
It takes away an explicit modifier, and it upgrades the enchant, the corruption enchanted mod. So if your corrupted mod is giga for your setup, you can get it, you can upgrade it, you can make it better for -1 explicit mod. So this one was 39 life. It took that and it took it to 139. It gave you 100 life. Imagine what that means for a life stacker. As an example.
But it corrupts the item still.
No, yeah, it's a corrupted. It's on a corrupted item. Like it's a
corrupted item.
Yeah, it's a corrupted.
Motivating people to actually vow their shit.
It's for corrupted items that have enchant. So now imagine this is what is going to be the giga items, the multi-mirror items. You get an item. This is a chess piece. It's exceptional. 3 sockets. You craft it. It's giga. You corrupt it. You get a 4th socket. You twice corrupt it. You then get an enchant. You win that. And then you upgrade for -1 mod. If the enchant is good. Now you have a 4 sockets chess piece that has a giga enchant and 5 really good mods. Now, of course, this is way past mirror tier crafting and whatnot, but like that is
the feeling of what you can do to the end of your character in this game is insane for itemization. Like think about diamond jewels. Think about Adorned working with rare jewels, and that counts for time loss jewels.
Adorned works for res?
Adorned works for res this league. It's a corrupted modifier from Adziri shit on the Adorned. You can get 30 to 50% increased effect of rare jewels, and that works for time loss jewels. Think about
that
Oracle
I didn't know.
stacking 4 or 5 time loss jewels. And then you still get increased effect of privacy and suffixes on the jewels.
Oh, that I didn't know. Holy.
Think about that. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. The end game is like the itemization is. It doesn't. I don't want to say it's bigger than PoE1, but the ceiling is insane.
Holy. Okay.
Existing corrupted enchantments will be upgraded to a significantly more powerful tier. Have an item with a low tier affix but a great corrupted implicit? Why not take a gamble?
Yeah, this one had corrupted +1 all cold spells, became +2. Now this is a +7.
Corrupted bases.
Yeah. We like corrupted bases are good enchants. This is now a +7 level spell for what's it called? For cold spells. And you can still put the socket table to make +8. Holy.
And yes, if it's been double corrupted and it's 2 enchantments, you can upgrade them both. Just use 2 orbs.
So if he has 2 enchantments, you can remove 2 modifiers.
Double corrupted and it's 2 enchantments, you can upgrade them both.
Yeah, if it has 2 enchants, you can remove 2 mods to upgrade both of them. What did you say?
Items that we thought were brick before might not be bricked.
Yeah.
If someone was going for plus socket and they go implicit instead. Sanctification is still in the game.
Just use 2 orbs.
It feels like TLI.
So that's 054. Expedition and the Runes of Elder should feel much more complete in the endgame now. Leveling additional characters should be significantly more enjoyable, and there's a powerful new Vessel of Coolmark unique to discover. Now this will also be our last major patch for a little while, for 055, which will be alongside a 1-month event with a new economy.
055 is going to have a new economy. Holy. Okay.
This is it.
Okay.
Kind of wanted to say 055 in a week, okay. They cooked on this one.
I mean, they did, and honestly, they needed to slow down at some point because they still have a game to finish. They still have a game to finish, but holy shit, that is crazy.
Fucking insane patch.
That is a fucking patch and a half. Has Kingmaker always been 50 to crit multi? Yes, it has. Wait, what? Was it nerfed? No, it wasn't. It was always plus 10 fortification. Okay, it wasn't nerfed. Right? Let me just confirm. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. For some reason, I thought it was 30 crit multi, but 50 makes more sense for how I view it. Yeah, it wasn't nerfed. It has always been 50. I just forgot. Okay, cool. All right, so we have 50 crit multi. We have Calling Strike, which we'll do Calling Strike here. To be fair, we always had Calling Strike because of the Forest Warrior. But Kingmaker helmet is... Oh yeah, now we can unmute you. What is that helmet called again? Tyrant, Crown of the Tyrants. Crown of the Tyrant with... Oh wait, Crown of the Tyrant is Ellie, not Fizz.
They say 0.55 is a month away.
Did they say it's a month away? They said it's going to be a while, but it's going to come with it's going to be a month and have an economy reset.
And there's a powerful new Vessel of Coolmark unique to discover. Now this will also be our last major patch for a little while, for 055, which will be alongside a 1-month event with a new economy.
It'll be alongside a 1-month event, that's what they said.
Not really far. I mean, I guess I am another month. The economy will be very different.
Mm-hmm.
So
very different.
Every economy has like bipolar shit. By the time it just decides done. Even if you want to play small, there's actually nothing you can do.
I think I'd go for Lear cast. What's that?
I was just making a joke about how if your economy says it's done.
Yeah, that's
GG. If you want
GG.
to play small, there's actually nothing you can do. Like, all right, yeah, I guess I'm tired. I
Mm-hmm.
really want to see one day for 1000x, so.
I mean, people just at some point you just start picking up Exalt and hopefully the price goes up. I think we have to go for a rare helmet here with... Is it Elder that has increased fizz taken? This alongside the infamous mod that makes it so I don't know how I would put them together without, like, unless I'm recomping. I guess I could recomp them together. Or just Exalt slam them. Elder Exalt, Rage. If it doesn't hit, block suffixes, reforge fizz. Great. And then once you have that, try to elevate it to 12%. That'll be expensive, but that's how I can get it. But is it worth the investment versus... It would be, but the AG itself won't have... It's not going to have the fortification. So there's no point in having that. So it would just be 10% increased fizz damage taken, or 50% increased damage. I'm inclined to say it's still worth it for just the 12% fizz. And the reason I think it's still worth it, where are you? The reason I think it's still worth it is because I have a lot of increase coming from strength. I have a lot of increase coming from the tree. I have a lot of increase in general for the zombies, and I just think damage taking is better. Even with Pride, even with Vaughn, it should still be better. But I will check both of them and see, you know. Be sure. I think we do this and we do like Redeemer and we go face taking as like cold. We don't need to elevate this. We can leave it T2. And then that'll be AG helmets. Then for body armor, we just go Grotcall Spelt. For gloves, we go Ass and Hats, as they call it. This gives us some extra explode alongside temp chains, which is always nice, and then blind. And then for the boots, because we don't care about Scorch, we just go for +1 curse, +1 curse, plus windscreen. Cool. What does that eventually mean? That means Calling Strike. Honestly, I think it's very similar to my Dumb Blow AG. So let's look for the config. He doesn't have... Oh yeah, I can get punishments. Oh, look at me thinking in the past. All right, you were cooking. I was definitely cooking there. All right. So first things first. Crown of the Tyrants is a no. Windscream, Kingmaker, Calling Strike, Arsenats, yes. Foul-born, Arsenats, Gentle Touch. Temp Chains becomes punishment. Save. AG Curse. The level 1 punishment. Curse enemies are debilited for 2 seconds when they hit. So so when they hit any of us, they're debilitated. Okay. So enemy is debilitated. That's what that means. That puts us at 31.5 mil DPS, whereas with the AG's variant, we needed to have Calling Strike here. It's 28 point something. And I feel like there was something else I realized I was missing that I just forgot. It's probably that, if I'm being honest. Chance is 31.4 mil DPS, which is cool. What about you guys? Is there anything here I should be aware of? My minions have onslaught, but it should already count. Number of nearby corpses should not matter, I think. Shouldn't matter. Minimum 1 nearby enemy. Defensively, it's very solid. Do we have a source of intimidate? What is a good source of intimidate? Oh yeah, I did say I was going to check the helmets, right? So helmets, nearby enemies take 12% increased physical damage. Or, which I expect this to be worse, but nearby allies have 50% increased damage. 32? 33, okay. So the difference is not insane. It's like 1 mil DPS difference, but this is better. Alternatively, I guess I could go intimidate, which is 10%. But no. I guess I could go intimidate on hit gloves as well and just skip punishment. But no. The difference between the two is 800k. Nothing crazy. There isn't any easy source of intimidate. I wish there was, but there isn't. This is 33.3%, 33.3 mil DPS. Weapon isn't bad. What does my crit chance look like? Still 90%. Is there anything I can do to improve this crit chance? How much health do they have? Oh, they are tanky. 80k HP. And they are regening 800 a second, which is not great, but they also have some leech, which should help. They attack 3 times a second each, and there are 10 of them. So I think right now I either double down on strength and push for 1500 on this PoB, in which case I feel like there are some things I am missing. So let's just look at my the sources of strength I went with here. I got to 1200, but I'm hoping there's like a jewel or something I might have forgotten to take. Split personality, F and F for pious path, rational doctrine, now there's nothing. Now, what about the very first time I decided to strength stack? I think it was 3.23. Strength stacking zombies. I think it's this one. This one, I was genuinely just getting as much strength as possible. I did some efficient training shenanigans, which honestly is not a bad idea if my goal is just, you know, get as much strength as possible. Went fully around the tree, picked up an unnatural instinct here for accuracy. Efficient training is probably what I was looking for. So let me think. Are there any good spots for efficient training right now? I don't have that much here. Here, no. Here, no. This side is already strong, so no. Like genuinely, if I go efficient training, to convert int in radius to strength, what would that look like in the mutable force area? Not enough. RDF attributes, max that. $33.4 mil, 22.5, but has an extra zombie. Yeah, it's still worth DPS. It's just not worth the extra strength. Even though I cross over the threshold, it's not worth the strength. Wait, so I could just do this, yoink this guy, and now I have more damage. Take this, drop this too. Pick up, increase effect on you. Clarity, level 5, clarity or something. Wait, limited to 2? Can I do that? That doesn't give me as much as I was kind of hoping for. Give me 200 health and some strength. Like, how much strength did he give me? 60 strength? How much strength is this guy giving me? 65, okay, so. No, it's more having the quickening covenant, and honestly, I have to think about Fortress Covenant as well. Because in theory, by that logic, this split personality should be worse than Fortress Covenant DPS wise. It is. So we just accept that we can't get past 10 zombies and scale back strength until we're at 1,000. But yeah, I'm not bleed immune. Kind of forgot about that. TB immune is easy. Bleed, not so much. I guess with my newly found res, I can drop the topaz and go for a what? Gauntlets. Make this lightning res. Still not enough. I guess we do need the topaz. In which case, we drop you for something. I just go cold res at that rate. More balanced. I guess I could also do what people typically do, which is go all the way down here, but instead of picking this area, you go up, you link, and then you just like really try to juice the strength. Because that's what people be doing for what do you call it? Yeah, like this. They start here, go all this way, and then put their split personalities like here. And if I open POB, oh, copy, open please. This split personality all of a sudden is giving 187 strength. Is it even worth the strength? For AG probably is. For zombies, all that just for the extra zombie. I don't know if it is for zombies. POE.co. I am curious about if volatile Val exists for Baron. I don't think it should. POE.ninja. Baron. Mirage. This is 2.07, so it scales the leech. Ooh. So this one can scale the strength requirement down, so I would then be able to fit like 3 extra zombies potentially. I guess that's an option. Yeah, so I did. So that means, yeah, this is doable with volatile Val as well. Montregal. %, with 135. Okay, so 40%. All right, cool. So let's do 45. And that's... So the one thing that's going to be a pain about this setup is there are going to be breakpoints that I will need to hit with the reduced max number of zombies, and that is dependent on where I'm at. So like right now we have 10, right? So without Montregals, we're sitting at 15. But with Montregals, we're at 10. How does that work? That doesn't make sense. So 15 times 0.5 should be 8. Like 7.5 should be 7 if we're being pessimistic, and then 8. Unless it's just not calculating it properly. So because even if we do 15 times 0.6, it's 9. This says 10. Like, this is a clean 9, by the way. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, so these two are counting towards the minion limits. But like something's not adding up. I think it's actually 8 or 9 actually. I think it's actually 9 that should be. It's 15. Let me think about the baseline. Baseline is 8, right? 8. Did I go ashes? Eight zombies. This includes quality. Then we get 2 on the tree. That's 10. Then we get 2 from the helmet. That's 12. Am I missing something? That by itself is 12. Where am I getting max zombies from? I'm so confused. All right, let's see this. Raise zombie. If I can get to level 34, that's an extra zombie. So 34 should honestly be my goal. But yeah, according to this, it's 7. Quality gives me 8. With 8 from quality, then 2 on the tree, 10. Then 2 from the helmets, 12. It should be 12. I feel like I'm missing something. Or PoB is just wrong. Like, what am I missing? There's no Dark Monarch shenanigans going on. There's no congregation. Is it? I mean, it can't be possible that congregation is the one screwing up the calculation, right? If I wanted to get to level 34, how would I do it? I think that would involve using a wand. That would definitely involve using a wand for +2, or even 2 wands for +4. Maybe using a unique deck, I can get +2 socketed minion. Makes me wonder, do I actually have 10? Wait, I don't get any max from here, right? It's fucking Graveyard Shift that's fucking it up. Jesus, okay. With Graveyard Shift fucking it up, we can't rely on that. Okay, so it's 6. When I take this off, it is 11. So like I expected, it's 11. Why is it 11? I thought I saw it was 12. I'm confused. It's 7 baseline at gem level. Oh, I see why. Yeah, okay, cool. Now it should be proper. All right, Montrego's Grasp puts us at 7 minions with 40%. I need at a minimum 41% reduced, or is it 42%? So if I were to get a 42, so that's 12 times 0.63, it's 7. 12, wait, I'm doing it's 0.58 rather. It's 6, cool. So it needs to be at least 5.9 or 41% to cross the threshold from this 12 point to get me the 7th minion. So 41 is the breakpoint here. Now, if I were to run congregation here instead of here, that'd be mighty fine shame. That would be a shame if I were to do that, but I could, in theory, do it instead of stacking as many specters, but I'd rather not. So that means if I had to plan around not having a 150 Montregals, but rather let's say a 135 as an example, how much damage do I lose? Like 2 mil. I guess it all depends on the price of volatile Valor orbs at that point, because reduced max number of zombies is the priority. Because otherwise, that means I'd be going for like a 150. as well as and then I'd go -1 minion. Maybe Baron gets added after the reduction. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's before the reduction. The thing that was throwing it off is graveyard shifts. It has increased max number of zombies, and we plan on anointing this away, so DD enemies don't just destroy our entire army in a split second. So we're anointing this away, which means we don't have that increased maximum number. This is the thing that was throwing it off. So that's 7. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, it took me a while to figure it out. It took a while because like I was scratching my head on why the discrepancy. But that's why. So now I have to think, do I just push for, if I go for 2 split personalities, then it's worth making my tree longer so it goes for a longer way, you know. I think it's still worth pathing here. I just think from this point here we probably cut it off and we head back up here to path here. That would mean dropping some of these nodes, probably like all these guys, so I can actually get these nodes selected, and then try to pick up this one and, you know, graveyard shift and then do the thing. So I guess let's see what that looks like real quick before we end stream. That would look something like turning that off and then doing this. Then a large cluster. Then here we go, medium. And then we cut here off. I thought I said medium. The fuck? What is going on here? The fuck? PoB, you good? Dude. Okay. None there. None there. Alright. Medium. Enduring we don't need enduring composure. I just remembered. Split personality. Split personality. This puts us over the 1500 threshold. We still get most of the things we wanted. We lose out on some life because we don't pick up that guy down there, but we can pick up this instead, as well as this. But we will need to drop like this. I guess this could also be a split personality. And then I just take off this one. So this one provides 93 strength. This one provides how much strength? 90. So slightly better. And then this one can be, I mean, what is missing? We're missing immutable force, I think. And then we're missing one more. One of the covenants, maybe. But the covenant split personality replace the covenants. So who's missing? Watcher's Eye is there. Melding is there. I don't need Storm Shroud. Immutable is there now. Quickening, I guess. Did I? Oh yeah, I went +1 dual socket. That's what happened. Okay, I went +1 dual socket. Cool. So this puts me at 1500 strength, 28 point whatever. Is that enough to get me an extra minion? No, it is not. We're actually at 7. Is it worth the extra pathing, the reduction in life, to get that extra zombie just so we don't care as much? So that was definitely a damage increase because we went +1 sockets. All right, I'm down. We do it again. Like, I have nothing outrightly against it because we get +1 endurance charge, we get +1 sockets. No, we do this. This will take away the extra socket we just found. Split personality. Now this is 72 strength, so now it's not worth it. So that's immutable force, and then split personality. And this is immutable force. What am I missing? It was 1500 before I did this. Is it this strength node? Oh, this is 1500 strength. By hitting 1500 we get an extra zombie, but it's not quite enough to push us to the next because what that does is it makes it so we have a resting 13. With a resting 13, it would be 8 divided by 13, was it? we would need a 38% reduced in order to get to the extra minion, but like that's not possible, I don't think. So it's not possible. So we would need to get a 14th minion, i.e. 2k strength, or just +1 from somewhere. You know what we could do? We could drop you, no more RDF, but then we go, what's Great Wolf? We go Eyes of the Great Wolf, and we go Zombies, +2 max, alongside Strength. Attributes. I assume this +2 is already doubled, right? Yeah, it's already doubled. Okay, cool. So it's +2. Is that it's a corrupted thing, but then we have death attunement on it. Save, cool. Honestly, we can just go for death attunements here and anoint something else entirely different that would help me. I don't know what would be insane from me right now. Can't think of many things, but Montregals puts us at 9. Now we get to have 9 minions. So now we're at 20. Is this worth? What were we at before we started dabbling in Eyes of the Great Wolf? Let me take my stream back a bit so I can actually see my DPS number, assuming we're at 20.4, it looks like. We're like 20.4. So is it worth this over RDF? Not by a lot, to be honest. Each zombie does less damage this way. Because if I go RDF and I go this is still more damage, and replica Dragon Fangs can roll +4. So in theory, I could easily be 22 instead. All things considered, I don't know that this is worth the currency investments. I don't think it is. Even with the +5 levels, this isn't worth the currency investment. It might just be worth to just go back to just use the old PoB and just use this as a base. Where is it? My last setup, my last strength stacking setup, that is, where you just ignore strength from that. It didn't have volatile valor and it had a 12 link, so it was considerably more expensive. So I guess there is that. It's not, I'm not currently using a 12 link, so there is, it's cheaper by that regard. It could just be an AG angle then, because I did my first build idea, or the first thing I wanted to build this league was strength stacking AG. It was because I could anoint this off that I really liked the idea of it. But I guess what I could also do is I could go for marination. I don't need splash. 25% increased damage per animated weapon is fine, but AG is going to have so much increased damage that it's just not worth. And then with that setup, I'm definitely incentivized to go Giga ES. So defensively, it's going to be pretty good. I don't need to touch Leech. I'm just going to be ES stacking alongside Strength, because why not? And then I just tattooed this off for, maybe I haven't tattooed this off, but probably not. I'll tattoo. What if I tattooed this and then I went a bloodline? What bloodline would make sense for an AG? Is there any good one for an AG? If I'm not going Spectre stacking, which I shouldn't be, this would be decent. Spectre stacking will make it so it's going to be way harder to stack Transfusion. And I don't know that any Spectre is worth the attack cast speed that I lose from there. So maybe I would just avoid Congregation or something with that version. There is also Bitter Heresy, but Bitter Heresy promotes, I think, Paladin, who can just apply flasks and still go Mage Blood. But then we lose a lot of strength by doing that. Increased damage isn't worth too much to me. Maybe King's Heritage. Problem with King's Heritage, it promotes getting minimum endurance charges to 3, which isn't easy. And honestly, Spectre could just handle the term, so I only need Anger, which wants me to be at max anyways. Being at max means I'll be giving flat fire being converted to chaos, scaling chaos. I guess if I also go for the minimal I can do, then there's also Saresh. We could go Saresh Ascendancy, which is not here. Or is he? Where's Saresh? Actually, where's Saresh? He's just not there. Cruelty. If I can make a 12 link weapon, then this is definitely something I would use. But until I can do that, this is still not worth it. I mean, it's good that it's not worth it. That means I'm not even tempted to use it. Yeah, I don't know. I think going for this and then anointing this is probably the best. I don't care much for this one. Not really. Because splash does nothing. Alright. Whatever we figure out, I'll keep stewing on the idea and we'll see what I land with eventually. I would probably not be going that variant of zombies. It's very possible we look towards the expensive 12 link variant eventually, but odds are I would rather explore strength stacking AG, if that were the case, than strength stacking zombies. So we'd have to POB what that looks like. The good news is we have Ninja and a whole lot of setups in the past, pretty sure, to use as a baseline for, what do you call it? To use as a baseline for what we want to do. You know, so can't complain too much. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, but till then, have a good night.